Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to the Quad Nations 2024. The road to Paris has to pass through the Welsh capital as well. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. If you are brand new to Quad Nations, then it is arguably the tournament of the year. Four of the best teams on the planet go head to head in preparation for whatever the massive thing is that's happening this year. Of course, the massive thing happening this year is the Paralympic Games in Paris, and all four teams that are here for the next couple of days have got eyes on the podium. We are kicking things off with two of the best to ever do it. The United States of America, the most successful team in Paralympic history, and the defending champions, Great Britain. They are on the top step with the gold medals at Tokyo, and they'd love to do it again just over the channel in Paris. But that is not all. We've got a full schedule of games over the next 3 days. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up today. As I mentioned, we kick things off 10 o'clock. That's local time, so if you're watching around the world, then adjust accordingly. But it is Great Britain versus the United States. United States currently ranked number 1 in the world. Then European champions France take on Japan, bronze medalists in Tokyo. That was disappointing for them, and they're aiming to go better in Paris. And then we've got an evening session where Japan take on Great Britain, and that is at 7 p.m. local time. That's reflected on Saturday. And then on Sunday, which I'm pretty sure is meant to be Thursday, we will take you all the way through to the gold, silver and bronze medals here at the Wheelchair Rugby Quad Nations. Of course, many of you will be experienced. You know this sport, you love this sport, you live this sport. But hopefully there are a few of you watching for the first time. If you fall into that category, then this might help you out. Wheelchair rugby was invented in 1977 in Canada by a group of athletes with disabilities. They wanted a sport which would allow players with reduced arm and hand function to participate equally. Wheelchair rugby is a team sport for athletes of any gender with an impairment. Athletes compete in teams of 4 to carry the ball across the opposing team's try line. Contact between wheelchairs is permitted and is an integral part of the sport, as athletes use their chairs to block and hold opponents. Athletes compete in wheelchairs specifically designed for the sport and must be eligible to participate in accordance with the classification rules of the sport. A firm favourite in any Paralympic Games, there are over 40 countries competing in international competition and many more developing national programmes. Dynamic, fast-paced and with a healthy dose of bang, crash and wallop, wheelchair rugby is without doubt one of the most exciting sports on the planet. Get ready for the Quad Nations in Cardiff. Well, you better get ready for the Quad Nations because the first game is getting underway in about 10 minutes' time. Let's take a look at the squads today, starting with the United States of America, and there are some legends, some Paralympic champions, some world champions, but one player who is in the squad but is not going to be playing in the first game is the captain, number 5, Chuck Aoki. He'll be a big miss, but more on that later. USA, icons of the sport. Let's get to know them a bit better. The message very clear there from the United States of America. But let's take a look at the Great British roster. Plenty of names carried over from that success in Tokyo, but plenty of new ones too. Gavin Walker, the captain. Jonathan Coggan has been there since the word dot, but now Stu Robinson, Jamie Stead, the big points leaders, and of course the energy of Phipps as well to come on and cause absolute carnage. GB, full of characters, full of quality. Let's get to know him a bit better.
Let's go, Junior! Come on! Come on! Come on, David! Come on! Let's go, GB!
Two great teams full of great athletes, and they're going to be out on court to get this Wheelchair Rugby Quad Nations 2024 underway. Fascinating contest as well. One of the last chances that both coaches have got to run the lines that are going to try and bring them success in Paris. And I say a few months, it's a few weeks' time, isn't it? But this level of competition so important, particularly for Great Britain and Japan. France are coming in with a major championship under their belt. They're the European champions. USA are ranked #1 in the world. Great Britain have just slipped out of that top three. That will be frustrating. And Japan, we've not really seen the best of them yet. They've played in a lot of competitions, but they've been sending a development team, and now they have gone full strength. So they are just going to be at their very best. And it is exciting. It is just really exciting. No Canada, no Australia. We've had them as part of the Quad Nations before. They too will be hoping to get on the podium come Paris, but they've missed out on this. They're not going to have the opportunity to pit themselves against the best as we count down to Paris. I can hear the noise in the arena's got a little bit louder, so it is time to meet the teams. USA are out first, led by the captain, Eric Newby. Been there, seen it, done it. He's a classification 2.0, no 3.5 for the USA. That's the person with the most physical ability. So Aaron Phipps and Faye West for Great Britain, for example. But it's the way they've always done it. They punch above their weight. They're balanced. They don't make any mistakes. They are so tough to beat, which is why every tournament they're at, no matter where it is in the world, you can expect them to be there or thereabouts. And of course, these players have been around for so long, they know each other so well, it's always a rivalry. Great Britain always want to beat USA. USA always want to beat GB. And USA, having medalled at every single Paralympics since the first time the sport was introduced in 1996. 3 golds, 2 bronzes and 2 silvers. And they beat Great Britain in the pool stage in Tokyo, then lost in the final. So even coming over the pond and beating GB in this tournament will mean the world. As for GB, they hosted the Euros here in Cardiff last year. Didn't go as well as they'd have liked it to. Of course, France coming up to their home games. Their improvement has been astronomical, and they gave GB hell. But here we are, back in Cardiff, back with a strong lineup. This squad, the rebuild after Tokyo, has had another 12 months to bond. And the general consensus is if they get it right, then they can beat absolutely anybody on their day. Faye West has come in as another 3.5. Serious ability, serious pace, and she'll add another dynamic at the top end, along with Stu Robinson, along with Aaron Phipps. And the incredibly talented low pointers as well. Johnny Coggan, Ryan Cowling, and Jack Smith. But before the game, it is time for the anthems of United States of America and Great Britain. Two great renditions of two great anthems, God Save the King and the Star-Spangled Banner. It's USA versus Great Britain to get things underway in the Wheelchair Rugby Quad Nations 2024. The warmest of welcomes wherever you're joining us around the world for this one. A repeat of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic final. Two of the best in the business to get things underway. Well, Great Britain out on court. The starting four is going to be Gavin Walker, the captain, Kieran Flynn, another 2.0, and then Johnny Coggan, the 0.5, and Stu Robinson, the vice-captain of this team, the talisman, the 3.5. Expect him to do a lot of the heavy scoring, the number 3 that at the top of his shot. As for USA, they're keeping their starting four a little closer to their chests. But what we do know is that Chuck Aoki will not be playing in this first game. So he'll be a big miss for them, but plenty of opportunities to get court time for anyone and everyone who needs it. This is a tournament in preparation for Paris 2024. However, it is a tournament that's taken very seriously and a trophy that these players take great pride in lifting. Great to have the USA back as well. But plenty of countries over the years. Had Australia, had Canada. So USA, we've got Lee Fredette out there. Mason Simmons as well. He'll be the 2.0. Sarah Adam, the 2.5. Of course, if you've got a female player out there, then you're allowed an extra 0.5 classification. So Sarah Adam, 2.5. Josh Wheeler, 2.5. But USA still with just 8 points. Fredette, 1. And Simmons, 2. That adds up to 8. So Great Britain in white, USA in blue. And GB sending Johnny Coggan in there, knowing that the USA are going to win that tip and therefore have the first possession. And this carried and weaved, and the first point goes to Sarah Adam. And the USA, they win the tip, they get the first point, and they lead by 1 point to 0. Inbounds quickly. And that's forward and taken really nicely above his head by Gavin Walker, the captain. Return to Kieran Flynn. Flynn goes forward, Flynn goes around Wheeler, and Flynn goes in for his first point. 30 seconds gone. One apiece. And we've already had the first puncture just out of shot. Mason Simons. There'll be plenty of those today. Big fan of the guys who are on the music today. It's Ian Mollard and Andy Kursky. Managed to find the hydraulic sounds every time the mechanics are out there. Certainly adds to the fun. So USA inbounds, they pick out Simons, and he's going to take it forward, up over halfway, nice and quickly, under a little bit of pressure from Flynn, but gets the right side of him. Lovely pass, and Adam gets to scoring. Inbound, Coggan, back to Walker. Walker, oh, there's a hand on that. Looking to create the jump ball there was Simons. And Coggan, ball forward to Robinson. Expect plenty of that today. Robinson, powerful in the contact zone. And he opens his account for 2-2. So no drama for either team just yet. Great Britain 2, USA 2, first quarter of the Quad Nations. Simmons looks to his right, finds Wheeler. Beautiful ball by Wheeler. Adam gets her third. Wheeler is in the plank hold, testing the core strength. Completely legitimate that was. So any impact has to be in front of the axle. If it's behind the axle, then it's foul play. But very often these players will know they're coming up out of the chair because they draw the defender in, then they give the ball. Takes the defender out, guarantees the score. And Sarah Adam, she's 3 for 3. Stu Robinson carries forward for Great Britain. He's got his 3 teammates to his left. He's got Flynn, he's got Coggan, he's got Walker. Really nice work by Kieran Flynn. He opens the door for Stu Robinson, who goes in for Great Britain's third. Lee Fredette. GB putting a bit of pressure here on Adam. Adam finds the pass, and it's a good one. Gavin Walker can't get there. USA can come up over halfway. First time we've seen any kind of midfield pressure. 25 seconds left on the shot clock, and Adam finds some space for USA. Great movement by Adam. And Stu Robinson closes the door, and GB get the first turnover. Big moment there. Robinson snaffles, now needs to work hard to get up over halfway. Adam applies the pressure. But that is one turnover, and that is where these kind of games are won. Johnny Coggan's in space, but Robinson is going to go himself. Robinson over, Great Britain lead for the first time. Really, really good defensive pressure from the home team to create that opportunity. GB go long early. It's been a change. Clayton Brackett's come on, and Brackett gets his first score. Nice work from USA just to wash off that mistake and level the scores early on. Kieran Flynn now for GB. On the turn. GB 5, USA 4. Inbound from Brackett. Brackett's come in. But here's Wheeler. Is there room for Wheeler? Oh, Wheeler spent too long in the key, so another turnover for GB. As Robinson goes over. I do apologise, that was a foul on Wheeler inside the key, so not a turnover at all. It was a penalty goal to USA. 5 minutes to go. GB 6, USA 5. One turnover. Inbound from Lee Fredette. As Wheeler makes his way towards the key. Lovely bit of late movement. Offloads nicely. And Blackett goes over for his second. Clayton Brackett making an immediate impact in this game. Walker. Nice ball to Flynn. Flynn takes on his opposite number. He's too quick as well. Threads the needle. And Stuart Robinson goes over for his 5th try. Great Britain's 7th. 5 for him, 2 for Flynn. Oh, it's a nice pass again. Drawing the last defender. Sending it into space, knowing that Sarah Adams going to be there. Seven. Nothing between the teams despite that GB turnover. Loose ball. Oh, Robinson's there. He's the quickest man on the court right now. And he's managed to wriggle free of that Lee Fredette block. He's got that picking chair. See those extra bars at the front, so the lower classification players, they tend to use those and they try and get them underneath those higher classification players. So that's another nice pass to send Clayton Brackett in for his 3rd try. Nice inbound from Walker. So often provides lovely delivery for the likes of Robinson. But Sarah Adam closing the door on Robinson here, who calls GB's first timeout. Teams have got 10 seconds to get out of their half. If you don't, you turn the ball over. That was on 9 seconds. So the first timeout call, GB 8, USA 8. So GB, now with a few extra seconds to get out of their half. And it is with Robinson again. He goes to the right. There's been a change here. So Phipps and Smith have come in. Phipps wearing 13 with the recognisable headband. Is there space here for Robinson? There's not. USA have the defence set up. There's a hand on that. And it will be GB ball. USA with the last touch. Only 7 seconds left here, though, on that shot clock. So this is a big moment for USA. 4, 3, 2, and Robinson strong enough. And those are the kind of moments that make a massive difference in games like this. Scoring there with a couple of seconds left. Smith not quite quick enough there to keep up with Sarah Adam. Yeah, nice pass by Adam. And Mason Simmons gets his first try. Robinson, as the great Captain Holt said, 9-9. Doesn't last long though. Robinson's over for his 8th. Three minutes, 3 seconds of the first period to go. What has been a fascinating game. USA coming forward through Simmons. Simmons there in behind Adam. It's going to take a long pass here, a good pass as well to get them into the half. Not a clean gather. Now Robinson goes to work. Chuck Melton has come on, but they work it so well to Mason Simmons, who just sneaks inside to level the scores. Both teams up to double figures. Robinson, double marked. Not quite quick enough to get around Adam. Speculative ball, Coggan's there. Johnny Coggan gathers, Johnny Coggan scores. He's like a little ninja, isn't he? GB's 0.5. If there are 2 on Robinson, it means that someone's free somewhere, and that someone was Coggan. It's a really good feed. Sarah Adam. Adam gets around the outside of Phipps. Phipps quick enough to catch anybody, but nobody's going to be quick enough to catch Eric Newby, the co-captain. Well, the captain of this team, with no Chuck Aoki. Plenty of rotation for USA. Robinson turns around Adam, tees up Phipps, and Phipps goes over. Not had the chance to see him open the taps yet, but when he does, it's very impressive. Simmons inbounds to Sarah Adam, top scorer for USA in this first quarter. 4 tries, Brackett with 3, Simmons with 2. There's Newby, lovely chair movement there, using Chuck Melton as the block. Phipps gives him a little nibble. And there's space for Simmons. Simmons looking for the pass and finds it. Newby over in reverse. Eric Newby into the last 2 minutes. This is where the teams start to watch the clock to try and make sure they get the last attack of the quarter. Could be important for GB, because provided there are no turnovers, they've got the chance to go in 1 point ahead. But of course, comes with some level of risk as well. So Jack Smith starts to move, and with it, Stu Robinson. Where's the gap for Robinson? Is there a gap for Robinson? Of course there is. Immensely strong man. Takes the bounce, makes the play. GB back ahead. Forward come USA then. Oh, and Phipps putting Chuck Melton in reverse. Simmons, he's off balance, but that is not a twosome you want to deal with. But goodness me, Sarah Adam has dealt with it well. She finds Eric Newby his 3rd point. 45 seconds of the quarter to go, 13-13. GB will try and use as much of this time up as possible, especially now they're in the USA half with Phipps backwards and forwards and weaving. They've got their 2 high pointers on in Robinson and Phipps, so plenty of dexterity. 25 seconds, sorry, 15 seconds of this shot clock to go, 20 seconds of the quarter to go, into the last 10 seconds. And a timeout called So GB prioritising the lead. That'll make sure they have the last possession. Inbound. Robinson feels important now that GB score here. Gavin Walker trying to take as many seconds as possible, as many milliseconds as possible. USA have got 5 seconds, they've got the chance. Brilliant work by Stu Robinson. He gets there early on Clayton Brackett. And because they've gone quickly, GB will have another inbound and another opportunity to maybe extend this lead. Well, all of a sudden, this feels gigantic. Still 4.7 seconds. USA are going to make a couple of changes. They're going to bring back in Chuck Melton and Matt Simmons. Well, this is big. There's a big cluster of bodies. The inbound has to be absolutely perfect here. And they've managed it. Around the corner goes Gavin Walker. Sensational. And still 3.6 seconds of the quarter to go. USA aren't going to worry about it too much. They're going to dust themselves off. That is a big quarter for Great Britain. A quarter where all of the big moments went their way. They got the turnover early on after conceding the original tip-off. And then after calling 2 timeouts, they managed to get a 2-point swing. So at the end of Q1, Great Britain 15, USA 13. But bearing in mind, Great Britain did call 2 timeouts. So later in the game, there's going to come a point where that pressure is going to come on and they're going to have to clear their lines. They're going to have to clear their half. Well, USA won't be too concerned. They always manage to find a way to reel teams in. Doesn't matter if it's 1.5 points, 10 points. And we really saw rotation from them in that first quarter, didn't we? We saw Newby, Melton, Adam, Wheeler, Fredette, Brackett and Simmons. There was rotation for GB as well, but a lot less frequent. Ah, the famous waistcoat. That is about as likely to be here as any of the players. Looks good. Really good supporter numbers here, actually. But if you're a fan of this sport, why wouldn't you be? Hey, look, if you're at home, or if you're watching this on the move, on your phone or tablet, there are still tickets available for the last 2 days. So come down and share it with us. It's going to be an amazing few days of competition. But if you can't make it, we're going to be bringing you every moment of every game as well. So no excuse for not being a part of this. So both teams back out on court. Change for Great Britain. Sees Nick Cummins, the 1.5, come in for the first time. He's alongside Jack Smith and Jamie Stead as well, the 2.5 accompanying Stu Robinson. For USA, we've got Josh Wheeler, the 2.5, along with Lee Fredette, the 1.0 back on, with Sarah Adam. And our first look at Josh O'Neill in this tournament, a 1.5 classification. And GB, because they had the arrow, getting the first possession. So a first possession for Jamie Stead. Chance for a 3-point lead, but Stead's under a bit of duress here. Needs to take a bounce to buy himself some time. Now all eyes are on Stu Robinson. Robinson, inside, outside, over. Try number 10 for Robinson. 3-point lead for GB. Lee Fredette shifts that one away. This is great pace by Josh Wheeler. Wheeler through. First try of the game for Josh Wheeler. Legendary player in this legendary team. Robinson doing all the hard work. Wheeler was asking for a technical there, but he's carried on, as has Robinson for try number 11. Yeah, Josh Wheeler, yeah, second time there. We've seen him pop his two hands on his two shoulders, which means he needs a technical assistance. And to save time, he's even taken his own wheel off. What a gentleman. In the first minute of the second period. Oh, wow. Turnover for Great Britain. Has he spent too long in the key? That's a big mistake by USA. A free gift for GB. And we could be looking down the barrel here with Robinson. Aha! That's brilliantly done by USA. So what they've done there is forced the GB player out of the court. Oh, in fact, I thought he was going for the inbound. It's gone the other way. So GB have forced the USA player out of the court, out of bounds, therefore. He's gone into the sin bin. Until GB have scored, which Stuart Robinson has done so. Back in comes Josh O'Neill. That was his welcome to the game, being shoved out of court. But Great Britain have scored 4 points in a row here, 2 either side of the quarter, to lead by 4. And this is a gargantuan effort by the home team. And it's going to be 5, because that's been picked off. Sarah Adam intercepted by Robinson. Robinson finds Cummins. And GB have got 5 tries in a row. Well, this is phenomenal. So Sarah Adam here. Speculative pass in, swoops Stu Robinson. Great ball to Cummins. Transition play, try time. 19-14, and USA having a real wobble here. Excellent pressure from Great Britain. But USA making some uncharacteristic mistakes. GB 19, USA 14. Still in the early stages of Q2 here in Cardiff. But USA need a try. They're gonna get one. Sarah Adam over for her 5th. well fed by the captain, Eric Newby. Jamie Stead gets rid of it early. Cummins is there, Cummins is over. And the game just settling into the rhythm now, where after USA score, GB are just ready to go. Flying fluidly forward. Adam. It is clustered in the middle of the park, so Adam having to do the lion's share of the carrying here, looking for options, finding options with Newby. Newby in reverse. Still plenty of time on the shot clock, 10 seconds, great pass. Melton finds Adam. There's Stu Robinson, GB by 4. Takes that position on the right-hand side. So contact on Stu Robinson by Chuck Melton. So he'll spend his time in the sin bin. Jamie Stead. Over to Robinson. Robinson takes a look. Robinson scores. Happy with what he saw, wasn't he? Coming up to 5 minutes and a half to go. Sarah Adam, great acceleration by Adam. Real turn of pace. So she makes it a 4-point game. Jack Smith stretches out and lets Stuart Robinson take a place on the left-hand side now. Cummins comes across to try and bash a hole for Robinson, but Robinson all the way across to Stead. Really well done by Jamie Stead. You'll see he was facing the wrong way to give himself extra space. Turns, because he knows he's run the route. He knows the ball's coming. And he opens his account. Newby. He'll get up over halfway. In fact, he'll pass it up over halfway. Oh, that's another big moment. Down the tunnel it goes. The bounce of the ball betraying Sarah Adam. And this is not like USA at all. GB going for the high numbers lineup again. But he got two 3.5s on, in this instance Aaron Phipps and Stu Robinson. You can attempt to overwhelm a team just with pace and power. USA trying to counteract that, bringing in Josh Wheeler and Brackett. And this is the kind of pace and power we're on about. Phipps wipes them out of the diagonal. Robinson does the rest. And that is a 6-point lead. One thing GB have done well is take advantage of every time they've managed to get a turnover. Jeff Butler inbound to Wheeler. Oh, this is not good. This is not good by USA. This is very good for Great Britain. Jack Smith, inbound to Robinson, still over 4 minutes in this half to go. Straight into traffic goes Robinson. Johnny Coggan tries to pick a line for him. Jack Smith's available. Still 20 seconds on the shot clock available. Phipps makes his way to the far side. Still with Robinson. Over to Phipps. Gathers, scores, gets there ahead of Brackett. Second try for Phipps. 24th for GB. They lead by 7. Just the 4 tries for USA in this second quarter. Brackett under pressure. Good hands, Josh Wheeler. Brackett takes it over, gets to the edge of the key, where Sarah Adam is available. That was Aaron Phipps. Back in the game. GB 24, USA 18. Stuart Robinson. Discussing options with the 3 players. It's Coggan, it's Phipps, it's Smith. Now Robinson on the ball. Straight through, like a knife through butter, 15 tries. So Clayton Brackett, nice pass and scooped on very well. Josh Wheeler finds Adam. Pace on the ball for USA. That high tempo, something they've not necessarily been able to execute too well in this first half. Robinson. Oh, he just glides, doesn't he? Sometimes barely needs to touch the wheels. But it's not just him. It's all of the routes created by his teammates as Phipps turns the screw on Adam. Oof, nearly gets a fingertip on it too. And then that is a big bash by Robinson, but it does leave a gap in behind, and that gap is filled by Josh Wheeler, who scores for USA. Another quick change coming up then for Clayton Brackett. We'll have a good look at this though, just to show how easy it is. How well engineered these chairs are, given the amount of punishment they take. Quick push, a quick pull. And they are back in the game. Jack Smith shunts that one nicely to Phipps, who's got to go backwards to go forwards. He's got immense pace. Finds chair handling so easy, does Phipps. Look at that, little lean on the wheel, takes him all the way round. Coming up to the last 2 minutes, GB started to watch the clock, even though they've got this 6-point lead. Don't want to concede any unnecessary tries. So Robinson, is there enough space there? There might not be. Timeout called. Yeah, there was only 1 second remaining on the play clock. It was good defense by USA on Robinson, no way through. The Aaron Phipps fan club's here. Such a very well supported player. Great character. There's a lot of public speaking, motivational speaking around schools and workplaces, and wherever he goes, he just leaves such a great impression. So that's 3 timeouts called by GB. How costly will that be as the game progresses? They'll be glad they've got this 6-point lead, that's for sure. Make that a 7-point lead. USA going to have to find some passes here. They've gone long to Chuck Melton, but Phipps is quick enough to get back. Oh, the over-the-head pass could have done it then. But unfortunately, didn't pack his wing mirrors. Did Chuck Melton. Newby, nice passing in close proximity. Johnny Coggan with some lovely defending. But USA still on the ball. 10 seconds of the shot clock to go. And that'll be try time. Derek Newby. Into the last minute of the half. Robinson. Funny old game, isn't it? Because sometimes you really have to graft for it. Other times you can just cruise in. Very often. Oh, wow. That was Phipps coming in, trying to put Wheeler over the try line to create the turnover, but he's quick, he's round the outside, and Phillips comes back for a second bite. So into the last 35 seconds of the quarter, 23 seconds on the shot clock. Wonder if USA might call a timeout here to try and get the last attack of the half. Make sure it's a 6-point game, not a 7-point game. So USA did call the timeout, and they've got 15 seconds to try and get something. They're making a few changes here. Mason Simmons coming in, Jeff Butler coming in. And GB making the changes too, some defensive changes for this last phase. So Phipps coming out, Gav Walker returning, as is Kieran Flynn. Jeffrey Butler, 14.6 seconds of the half to go. Simmons finds Wheeler. Wheeler looking for options. Oh, it's picked off. Brilliantly done, and now it's a race against the clock for GB. Head down for Stu Robinson. Isn't going to get there. Oh, he is a few meters short, but either way, huge play at the end of the second quarter. There was a huge play at the end of the first quarter, and GB are fully in control at halftime. They lead USA by 28 points to 21. A brilliant second quarter that GB took by 13 points to 8. Turnovers, interceptions, and dare we say it, total dominance over the 3-time Paralympic champions. That is the first half of the Wheelchair Rugby Quad Nations 2024 done and dusted. Great Britain lead USA by 28 points to 21. It's a scoreboard that's largely been dominated by Stu Robinson. 18 tries for him. It's a bit more spread out for USA. Sarah Adam on 9, Clayton Brackett 3, Josh Wheeler 2, Simmons 2. The captain Eric Newby's got 4. Robinson's been ably supported by Nick Cummins, Kieran Flynn, Jamie Stead, Aaron Phipps, Johnny Coggan and Gavin Walker have all got their names on the score sheet. But this is pretty much a dream start for Great Britain. So there's a round robin. Let me explain how the competition is going to work. Everyone plays everyone once in the first 2 days, and then everyone will have 2 games on the final day. So the semi-final, where the first place team will play the 4th place team and the 2nd place team will play the 3rd place team. And then the losers of those games will play off for the bronze medal, and the winners will play off for the gold medal and the trophy. So it's Great Britain 28, USA 21. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first couple of quarters. So Stu Robinson, top scorer in the match by some distance. He's dominated things That was an excellent move there. And this was the first turnover. The pressure coming from Robinson on Adam. And they managed to make that stick. Saw Clayton Brackett score, but another example of Robinson just driving through. He's got that upper body strength to power the chair through the smallest of gaps. And this Phipps defence putting Chuck Melton in reverse. And that was another key turnover, wasn't it? Clayton Brackett closing in on try time. Robinson quick and strong. And he was in there again to pick the pocket of Sarah Adam. Where Nick Cummins turned over. Plenty of highlights for USA though. When they've got it right, they've really got it right. That was Chuck Melton draining the pass to Sarah Adam. But they were asking a lot of her with that pass. And then Phipps hooking up with Robinson to go over in reverse. And when those two are on, outstanding. Lovely quick ball though. USA need more of that. They've not been able to really stress Great Britain enough to make it a contest. At the moment, it isn't a contest. It's Great Britain 28, USA 21. Standing by for the second half. It is all good news for Great Britain so far. They lead by 28 points to 21 against the USA in Game 1 of the Wheelchair Rugby Quad Nations 2024. Players out for the second half. It's going to be Jamie Stead, Nick Cummins, Johnny Coggan and Stuart Robinson for Great Britain. For USA, it's going to be Eric Newby, the co-captain, Matt Simmons, Chuck Melton and Sarah Adam. And USA need a big start to this second half. They're going to have the first possession. Here's Newby on the ball. He's got Chuck Melton next to him, looking to create a gap. Simmons waits, and Simmons goes over. That's the first try of the second half. His first try. And it'll be Jamie Stead to inbound. Jamie Stead, another one, confidence player. If he gets the bit between his teeth, he can be a huge difference maker. There's a hand on the ball there for Simmons. He thought that he was going to get the jump ball, the turnover. If you can get a clean hand on the ball without making contact with the arm, then it's a jump ball. And if you've got the arrow, then you get the possession. Unfortunately, that time, it wasn't just contact with the ball, there was contact with the arm. Therefore, Mason Simmons goes into the sin bin. GB get the free chance. And then out pops Josh Wheeler out of the players' tunnel like some kind of magic trick. That's another try for Robinson. He's just one away from 20, and GB's 7-point lead is restored. USA back up to 4. Mason Simmons, oh, up on his tiptoes, and he picks out Chuck Melton. Nice ball. Here's GB with Stead. Stead forward to Cummins. Cummins helping himself to another meat pie. Steady starts. Yes, hello to you. Nice to have some of the youngsters here. Mason Simmons gets dished up by Stu Robinson. Oh, monster hit. Straight head on head. Oh, no harm, no foul. Mason Simmons back in business. Let's take another look at this while we wait for play to get back underway. There's the inbound. Robinson lines him up. See ya! But really good reflexes from Simmons. He knows what's happening, so he calls for the timeout. And it'll still be... Oh, in fact, no, he didn't get the timeout called in time. I thought we saw his hands make the sign for the T, but no. Turnover ball. Stu Robinson earns another monster for GB. He's having a great game. And he's been building for some time, hasn't he? Truly world-class 3.5 now. Not at all wasteful. Brutally, brilliantly strong. That is some collision. And GB increased the lead, 31-23. Nicely done by Sarah Adam, though, showing her credentials. 90 seconds of the second half gone. GB already forcing one turnover, and that'll be making the highlights reel of the entire tournament. Stu Robinson, what a boy. Sarah Adam up against Robinson. Nice pass by Adam. Not going to be enough to create the try immediately though. Melton's available. Oh, Robinson has got in there again. He finds Jamie Stead. Ball's turned over. GB rampant. Cummins cruises away. Outstanding work in the key from Stu Robinson and Jamie Stead. Clinical to get the touch, then the composure from Stead not to panic in his own key. Outstanding start to the second half from Great Britain. USA in trouble. Eric Newby. Nice pass to Mason Simmons. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky Mason Simmons. Jamie Stead was running out of time, but Simmons desperate for that jump ball. So changes for GB. USA in hot water again. Robinson over, try 21. (33-25). Go, Johnny, go indeed. It's not just Johnny, it's everyone else. Outstanding performance from GB. What can Clayton Brackett do here for USA? That's better. Nice ball in close proximity. Clayton Brackett goes over for his fourth try. Well assisted by Wheeler under duress. Oh, long ball. This is a big ask for Robinson, who's going to get there. Scooped up with the right hand. Fed by David Ross, who's come in. First time we've seen him today. And, you know, obviously he thought Stu Robinson was having it a little bit too easy out there, so thought he'd make him open the taps. Mason Simmons has called the timeout that time. Running out of time inside his own half. Now, of course, a team like USA, in fact, any of the teams here, France, GB, Japan, USA, none of them like losing games. None of them like losing games in this manner. However, it is not terminal. It is not terminal. You could lose all of your pool games and still end up lifting the trophy if you win your semi-final and your final. So I'm sure post-match they'll say how this is all about development. But this will be a disappointing, to say the least, score unless the USA could perform a quite miraculous turnaround as Clayton Brackett scores. Nice ball in behind GB, getting goal side, as they say. Robinson, Fredette's there and Wheeler's there, making life difficult for him. Here's the captain, Gav Walker. Oh! Oh, timeout called as Gav Walker was turning the screw on Josh Wheeler. The door was closed there by David Ross really well. Nowhere for USA to go, and if your wheels are forced over the line, it's a turnover. So this GB line now. David Ross, who's a 2.0, as is Gavin Walker. But Jack Smith, who's a 0.5. And then Stu Robinson, the 3.5 for USA. They've got Clayton Brackett, 2.5, wearing 21. Lee Fredette is on, he's a 1.0. Sarah Adam, she's a 2.5, and she is quick. She goes over for her 11th. What an asset to this team Adam is. But is there a bigger asset to a team right now than Stu Robinson? He feeds his captain. And Gav Walker is in business. 4 minutes and 2 seconds of the third quarter to go. GB leading by 8. They led by 2 at the end of Q1, 7 at the end of Q2. It was USA with the first possession of Q3. That pass drilled in, really smart by Wheeler. And Sarah Adam gathers. Nice work from Jack Smith to block in Adam and take her out of the defence for now. She makes her way back. First try in the tournament for David Ross. 2.0 feeds 2.0. Walker into Ross. Fredette inbounds, Wheeler. Clayton Brackett. That's one for Adam to chase. She's too quick for Gavin Walker. Stu Robinson, tell you what, he's probably worn that out as much as anything. He has covered every centimetre of this court, hasn't he? Been absolutely outstanding. His fitness and his conditioning, ready for the Paralympics. He's going to have a big part to play. David Ross out, Gavin Walker out, Jamie Stead in, Nick Cummins in, Stu Robinson still on. USA temporarily down to 3 with Clayton Brackett in the sin bin. GB yet to have a player sin bin. Robinson again. Change of inbounder. It'll be Jeff Butler. Clayton Brackett, the right side, and he wiggles free of Nick Cummins. And Brackett's away, up over halfway. He'll go all the way himself. Lovely pick by Sarah Adam on Robinson. Jamie Stead takes a lot of carrying responsibility. And he'll score for Great Britain. Who are just one away from 40 higher scoring quarter, well, higher scoring than the second quarter. Had 18 tries in the first. Sorry, 28 should I say. 21 in the second. 2.5 minutes of this quarter to go as Sarah Adam, now she's got some attention. She's going to need some assistance here, Adam. And over the top it goes, and Stu Robinson restores the 8-point lead. .30 seconds to go on the shot clock. Oh, it's another hand on that. It's another turnover. GB burgling USA, and Stu Robinson is home and hosed. So while we've got no shot clock, I will give you an oral update. 1:47 left on the quarter, 35 seconds left on the shot clock. That's down to 30. Ball with Josh Wheeler, who's got his eye on both the shot clock and the game clock to try and make sure that USA get the last attack of the quarter, but they will do incredibly well to get anything from this game now. 41-32, 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Lovely pass, oh, it's over the top though. That was the right idea, but Clayton Brackett just needed a few more centimetres. And Great Britain with the opportunity for a 10-point lead. For those of you that are joining us for the first time, welcome. But let me tell you, this does not happen very often. Great Britain against USA. These games are usually decided by one moment of brilliance or one error. They are very, very rarely 10-point affairs. 26 tries for vice-captain Stuart Robinson. He's not missed a minute of this game. I wonder if he might be rested in Q4 with Great Britain in such a good spot. That's Josh Wheeler going over in reverse. Stead. Lovely balance from Jamie Stead. He finds the talisman. Stuart Robinson. Melton and Newby come across to defend him. 15 seconds to go on the shot clock. 20 seconds remaining of the quarter. Timeout called. It's the fourth timeout GB have called. So GB will have the last attack. And they have got themselves in a magnificent position here. They've extended the lead even further. It was 7 points at the half. It's 9 now. So GB, 10 seconds to score. Some good defending initially from Eric Newby, but it's not going to be enough to stop Stu Robinson. Stu Robinson gets another brilliant score. He's well up over 20 now. And Great Britain have won that third quarter by 15 points to 12. They are 43-33 ahead. They have been rampant, rampant. Well, we've got a couple of the best bits of the quarter to look at. And perhaps if you're a USA supporter, look away now. So it starts off with Robinson's monster hit on Simmons. He didn't get the turnover in time, sorry, the timeout in time, so that was a turnover. Then Robinson picked his pocket again, blocked the pass. Jamie Stead was there, and he released Cummings. This is the first time we've really seen Robinson open the taps after David Ross put him through with a great ball. And another turnover for GB. There were 3 in total in the half. It was Jamie Stead this time. All eyes were on Nick Cummins, but it was Jamie Stead who ghosted in. Of course, it was Stu Robinson at the end, and then that overpass at the end. It was the right idea by Wheeler, but Clayton Brackett couldn't get there in time. 1 quarter to go. Great Britain 43, USA 33. Fourth and final quarter of the first game, and very often the first games of these multi-team tournaments can throw up a surprise. A few people shaking out a long journey, and it certainly is a long journey across the Atlantic for USA. And I'm sure as the tournament progresses, they will acclimatise, they will improve. But they have had a very difficult first 3 quarters against a Great Britain team who have hit their straps. Great Britain 43, USA 33. Here's the captain, Gav Walker, to inbound for the 4th quarter. 8 minutes of play. So Phipps is on. The first time they've been without Stu Robinson. But Phipps just adds a completely different dynamic, doesn't he? Immensely quick. He finds Kieran Flynn. Flynn, a couple of defenders for attention. Adams is one of them. Simmons another. Still 15 seconds of the shot clock to go. Aaron Phipps now starts to rev the engine. Johnny Coggan has made a nice pick for him. And then Kieran Flynn takes the feed. It's taken, what, 35, 36 seconds, but GB getting the first try of the 4th quarter for an 11-point lead. What an astonishing turn-up for the Bucks. Simmons. Big, heavy, physical player, Simmons. Drives that pass into Adam. Was Walker flying through to get into defensive position. Sarah Adam, no room for her, being stalked by Phipps, who gets a hand in, but Adams recovers well. 10 seconds of the shot clock to go. Phipps was driving back Newby, and eventually the pressure tells. Newby can't find the pass. More great defense by GB. And USA don't get their first wet ink in the ledger. Kieran Flynn. Good chair work by Flynn. Goes up over halfway, then accelerates away himself. The pick by Phipps, the score by Flynn. First 2 points of Q4. Go GB's way. Oh, picked off. Handling error by Adam. GB are in. And the errors by USA have been capitalised on by GB every time. They've been flawless. Timeout called. Wheeler, Coggan coming in, and Wheeler gets around him. Oh, another big collision, but the pass is on the money, and Clayton Brackett first mistake of the game by Great Britain. Inbound by David Ross goes out. It'll be USA ball. Still over 6 minutes to go. The chance for USA to get one back. There's already been a turnover by GB. Wheeler. Plenty of space for Wheeler. Gets around Stead, gets around Ross. Still 46-35 though. Here's Ollie Mannion. Always well groomed Mannion, isn't he? Fabulous beard on him. Big fan. Speaking of, Jamie Stead still embracing the goatee. It's brave, but the payoff is worth it. Young Jamie, stick with it. Ollie Mannion. He's a 3.0 into the last 10 seconds. Work to do for Mannion. Nice thread the needle beautifully to Jamie Stead. His ability to not just spot the space but execute the pass. Brilliant. Brackett turns. It's a little bit quicker than Stead, and he gets away. All the momentum with USA's number 21. He gets his 8th try. Stead gets his hands on the ball immediately though. Goes around one, then another. Fredette doesn't bother with the tackle. The pass over the top is gathered. Where did he come from? David Ross. Arriving in a puff of smoke like a magician to get the try. First try of the tournament then for Ross. And maintains the GB 12-point lead. Mannion shuts down Wheeler. Now Eric Newby. Lots of space. Clayton Brackett taking the GB defenders out. 5th try for Newby, 37th for USA. 4.5 minutes to go. Ross to Stead. So this is a GB lineup without a 3.5. No Phipps, no Robinson. So we've got Ross wearing number 6, who's a 2.0. Coggan, who's a 0.5. Stead is a 2.5. And Ollie Mannion, who's a 3.0. As Wheeler turbos away. That's 5 tries for him. So USA's line is currently Clayton Brackett, a 2.5. Josh Wheeler, a 2.5. As Mannion comes away. Try time for him, first of the day. Lee Fredette, who's a 1.0. And then Newby, who is a 2.0. That's for their 8 points. 50 up. for GB. Oh, Wheeler. Well, he'll get the try, but he's... David Ross got himself in an awkward position there. Gets pushed over the line. Coggan back to Ross. He's going to have to do a lot of work himself here, Ross. In fact, Jamie Stead is going to clear the path for him. David Ross is going to go through. Oh, there's a hand on that from Ross, and Mangian, oh, hasn't quite got in. Ross sneaking in behind Wheeler, getting a clean hand on the ball. Yeah, but it came off Mangian last. Change of line coming here for USA. They're changing all four, so in comes Josh O'Neill at 1.5, Matt Simmons 2.0 returning, Chuck Melton at 2.0, Sarah Adam 2.5. Drilled over the top into Adam. She's been the top scorer for USA today. 15 tries. But with that in mind, GB have still managed to extend the lead in this fourth quarter. Stead. Lofts that one over the top to Ross. Oh, Josh O'Neill. That one just evading the fingertips of David Ross. Oh, and USA. Oh, it's Jonathan Ivernat there. Scoping out the opposition. Again, if you're new to the sport, make sure you watch France a little bit later on. He is genius for France. The Antoine Dupont of Wheelchair Rugby, as there's a hand on that by O'Neill. Immediate pressure coming in on Adam, and she calls the timeout. Into the last 3 minutes of this one, a game that GB have completely dominated. Well, the clock is ticking again. Chuck Melton, Jamie Stead, battered out of the way by Sarah Adam. Adam reaches out. Nice dexterity from Adam to gather that and score the try. David Ross wants an inbound, gets an inbound. Mangian is his target. Those short pushes just generate speed really quickly. Take him round the outside. Try number 2 for Mangian. Two minutes 32 of the game to go. Just counting down to the end, really, of a game that has been pretty much home and host since half-time, where Great Britain led 28 points to 21. Simmons pops that over the top to Chuck Melton. USA up to 42. David Ross. Inbounds, Jamie Stead. Stead up over halfway. He's got 3 American players for company. None of them are going to get close to him. He gets his 5th try of the tournament. Oh, there are the French boys. They'll be taking the court in just over an hour and a half for their first game against Japan. That takes place at 1 p.m. local time. Make sure you join us for that. But in fact, get all the games in your diary. Head over to the official Quad Nations website for all of the scheduling. But I can tell you, today and tomorrow, the first games will be at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. and then there'll be a big break before 7 p.m. The 7 p.m. game today, Japan versus Great Britain. And then tomorrow we get things underway with USA v France, then Japan v USA, and then Great Britain v France. A repeat of the European final will be at 7 p.m. as that's a beautifully placed pass over the top of Jack Smith. But USA not turning the screw immediately, because even though the game is lost, they need to get into good habits or maintain good habits in terms of managing the clock. 10 seconds of the shot clock to go. Well gathered by Wheeler. That is not an easy skill, moving forward and taking that ball over the right shoulder with one hand. Gavin Walker, oh, showing us his pace. Nice to see him open the taps. Cool, calm customer, isn't he? Gav Walker. Final minute and a half of the game then. Well, GB not letting up in defence, are they? Josh Wheeler gets up over halfway in reverse by any means possible. Nice slick hands by USA. This is what we're used to with them. But this is what we've become used to with GB as well. Stu Robinson, another turnover. He has been a thorn in the side. Less of a thorn in the side, more of a big rusty crowbar. He's given USA nightmares today. Well, those GB supporters will be delighted. Not as delighted as the coaches, though, I'd imagine. Paul Shaw, Adam Scatoro, be absolutely delighted. Into the last 50 seconds, long ball, Clayton Brackett's there. Yeah, Brackett has had a decent game, although I'm sure it won't feel that way given the score. Gavin Walker feeds Stuart Robinson for what might well be his 24th or 25th try. I've done my best to keep a tally, but I'm running out of ink. But as well as the tries, we've had the turnovers, we've had the collisions. Stuart Robinson has been absolutely outstanding for Great Britain into the last 15 seconds of the match. In what has been an almost perfect start for the hosts of the Quad Nations. Clayton Brackett, over again. Last attack of the game. And that is the full-time siren. What a start for Great Britain. They have defeated the world number 1, the United States of America, by 57 points to 45. They've won every quarter. 15 to 13, 13 to 8, 15 to 12, 14 to 12. For a grand total of 57 tries to 45. GB off to the races here in Cardiff. No sign of the Japanese team, but the French team will have seen that. And that is not necessarily a warning sign, but a sign of the standard that you have to be at if you're going to be victorious here at the Quad Nations in 2024. Plenty for USA to work on, but no doubt they'll be back and back with a vengeance. That's their only game today They've got 2 tomorrow, so plenty. Best part of 24 hours rest and recuperation time. Plenty of questions to answer. They conceded early turnovers. In fact, they conceded turnovers in every quarter. And that is a rarity. We can put it down to a little bit of ring rust, however. We can also put it down to Great Britain being very sharp. Stu Robinson, Jamie Stead picking pockets. Well, while GB have a little bit of a debrief for that performance, we're going to take a look at some of the best bits of this Great Britain performance. So we start off with Phipps. No gap for him, but he had Kieran Flynn in support. But there was too much of this from the USA today. Big pressure from Phipps. Newby finding Melton, but Melton unable to find Simmons, despite the fact that he had the opportunity. GB were hot on defence. Watch out for David Ross here, because this looked like a speculative pass into space. Jamie Stead asking a lot of his teammate, and his teammate scoring. Not just scoring, but turning over as well, David Ross. But one of the shining lights for USA was Sarah Adams. She was the top scorer. And that excellent take by Josh Wheeler. We know the skill set's there. We know the quality's there. But there needs to be less of this again. Stuart Robinson stealing it. And that is it. Game 1 done and dusted. Great Britain, the hosts. Last time they were here in Cardiff, they had the bitter disappointment of losing in the final to France. Will they get to the final again? Who will they play? If they continue to play like that, then surely they're going to be there or thereabouts. We'll be back about 15 minutes before the next game, so 12:45 local time, and we're going to get a chance to look at the other 2 teams. The bronze medalists from Tokyo, Japan, and the European champions who love playing here in Cardiff, France. Great Britain off to the races. They've hit USA for 50, and they'll be watching on. We hope that you will too. But until then, goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome to Cardiff. It is day one of the Quad Nations 2024. Four of the best wheelchair rugby teams on the planet going head to head on the road to Paris. Speaking of the road to Paris, the European champions France are on court for the first time, and they are facing the last Paralympic host, the bronze medalists. Last time the sport's biggest tournament took place, Japan. Now, in the build-up to these Paralympics, in the build-up to these Quad Nations, we've not really seen Japan. They have been sending development teams to competitions. France, even though they're currently ranked 6th in the world, are as good as they have ever been. They are back-to-back European champions. They came to Cardiff in May last year. They beat Great Britain in the final just over there at the Principality Stadium. They are led by the brilliant Jonathan Ivernat, and they are here for another victory, another trophy on the way to what they hope will be the gold medal in their home Paralympics. We've already had one brilliant performance today. Great Britain off to winning ways with a huge victory over the United States of America. They were out there without their captain, Chuck Aoki. Great Britain were led by the brilliant Stu Robinson. He was up over 20 tries, absolutely outstanding. Great Britain off to a brilliant start. USA with work to do. Both teams will be back tomorrow, but in the meantime, before France versus Japan, let's have a little look at some highlights from Great Britain versus USA. (57-45), outstanding from Great Britain, but USA will be back. Let's take a look at the full squad rosters for the two teams that are taking court today, starting with the Japanese. They're led by Yukinobu Ike. He's going to captain this team. Plenty of experience. Not sure we're going to see Daisuke Ikezaki in this game, but you will know when he takes the court because he is an absolute phenomenon. But there are great players all around. Of course, we've got the 0.5 Yu Hasegawa and Kei Korehashi as well. And Kei Korehashi, who's the 0.5, of course, if you have a female on the court, you get an extra 0.5. As for the French, of course, they have got co-captains, brilliant co-captains. But before that, let's take a look at the Japanese and get to know them a bit better. Well, the players now vacate the court. It is empty and the expectation builds, and we start to talk about the French and their co-captains, Jonathan Ivernat and Cedric Nankin. And of course, there's so much talent. We've got Riyad Salem and Adrian Charmin and all of those players who've already tasted glory in terms of European championships. Can they add the Quad Nations to that? They've never won this tournament. Japan have. They won it back in 2019. However, it is France who've got the form. Japan are the unknown entity, but let's get to know France a little bit better.
Allez, bleu! Allez, la France! Allez, les bleus! Allez, les bleus!
The flags of the nations making their way onto court. It is France versus Japan. Game 2 of the Quad Nations Cardiff 2024. Lovely air of expectation. A couple of school kids who've been invited making their way into their seats. They're not empty seats, they're just dressed in green. Don't worry about it. But this is our first look at these two teams after our first look at Great Britain and the USA, and we discovered that Great Britain have hit the ground running. If you're just joining us, the warmest of welcomes. We're going to be bringing you every game across the 3 days of the Quad Nations 2024. There's a round robin. Everyone is going to play everyone today and tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, the final day, there'll be the semi-finals where the leader of the round robin will play the 4th place team. Then it'll be 2nd versus 3rd. The losers will go on for the bronze medal match, and the winners will go on to battle it out for the trophy. Our referees moving into position. And now it is time to meet the teams. First of all, Japan. Yukinobu Ike. Sensational player. He's got a height and reach that very few in this game are able to match. And as a result, he can hit the afterburners as well. Serious turbocharger. Plenty of these players were a part of the bronze medal campaign. They've won the bronze medal in the last 2 Paralympic Games. They were really hoping that in front of a home crowd in Tokyo in 2021 that they'd have been able to compete for gold. Unfortunately for them, that went to Great Britain. United States picking up the silver medal. But they are back, they are rebuilding. And is this the year where they go 1, maybe 2 better? Incredibly talented group led by the captain, Yukinobu Ike. But now it is time to meet the French. Jonathan Ivernat moves his chair like nobody else. Phenomenal baller. That man in behind him, the wrecking ball, Cedric Nankin, generates incredible power. They've got good options in the low-high pointer as well. Adrien Chalon wearing number 4, he's out there. And then Riyad Salem. He's a 3.5 classification. Don't see as much of him on the court these days, but he comes on, makes a massive impact. Bumps and bruises and scores, and then just disappears off court again after he's done his damage. They're the lowest ranked team, 6th in the world, but as European champions, as hosts of the Paralympics, do not let that world ranking fool you into a false sense of security. They are here to win, and they might just do it. It's game 2 of the championships. It is Japan versus France, but first, the anthems. It's France versus Japan, live from Cardiff, the road to the French capital, passing through the Welsh capital. Great to have your company wherever you're watching around the world for this one. First taste of these teams on day 1 of 3 of this great competition. And perhaps the look at a few new lines. If you're new to the sport, really good to have your company. You've picked a great one to watch as well. Teams of 4 will play each other. There are squads of 12 in total, and the teams are allowed 8 points on the field of play at any one time. All of the players are given a classification. They go up in half points. That's Yokinobu Ike, the captain. He's a 3-pointer. Gives his instructions to the team. So we'll meet the starting 4s, and I'll give you the points to try and make that explanation a little bit more simple. It is France in the blue, allez le bleu, as they say in that part of the world. Jonathan Ivernat, their leader, revs them up. It's a little bit more cool, calm and collected in the red of Japan. Yokinobu Ike is already out there ready for the tip-off. He's a 3-point classification. He's joined on court by Yuji Kusaba. He's a 1-pointer. Wearing number 11, then wearing number 2, you've got Yuki Hasegawa. She's a 0.5. And then we're in 32 is Katsuya Hashimoto, a 3.5. I know what you're thinking, that adds up to 8.5, not 8. But because Yuki Hasegawa is a female player, you're allowed another 0.5 out there on the field of play. You've got Sébastien Verdun ready for the tip-off. He's a 3. You've got Ivernat, who's also a 3. Then Thierry, who's a 1.5. And then you've got your 0.5 for France as well. It's Japan who win the tip-off, and away goes Hashimoto. Hashimoto gets the first point. Japan off the mark. Hashimoto getting the first point. There's the inbound from Mathieu Thierry. He picks out Verdun, who does a lot of the ball carrying, and then Ivernat makes his way up front. However, it'll be Verdun who gets the first point. Ivernat takes all the attention, and Verdun gets the score. First touch then for Ike. Ike winds and weaves. Makes it 2-1. Steady start, 3 attacks, 3 tries. No hint of a turnover. Thierry finds Ivernat. Just watch the way he manoeuvres the chair. He goes left, right, left, right, left, right. Most people opt for the first. Oh, that's the first error. A backcourt violation. Ivernat had gone over the halfway line, then returned to his side of the court. So early defensive pressure from Yokinobu Ike forces the turnover, and a perfect start for Japan. Ike. They need to make this count. Such a physical presence, Ike. The size difference between him and Ivernat. Adrian Chalmin, who's the 0.5er for France, blocking the left-hand side of the key. Hashimoto. Hashimoto. Well, there's no gap there. Can't even bully his way in. 10 seconds left on the play clock. And then Hashimoto around the outside. 3-1. Verdun, Ivernat. High court press from Japan, and when they don't make it stick, it means there is plenty of space for Sébastien Verdun. 90 seconds gone. Japan won the tip-off and they've won a turnover, hence the reason they've got the chance to take a 2-point lead here. Yuji Kusaba gets his first try. He's in space. He's had a fresh haircut for the cameras as well, hasn't he? Verdun up the right-hand side. He'll do well to gas Hashimoto, though. Very quick 3.5er Hashimoto. But Verdun gets stuck in. He finds Hivernat. Jonathan Hivernat tries to snake through. Verdun's there for support. Is that under control? It is. And Mathieu Terrier scores for France. First technical of the game, Terrier. In fact, it's not a tyre at all. Just needs his seatbelt adjusted. Safety first. Hashimoto. Well, up and over the half and away from everyone, Katsuya Hashimoto. Just the one defender to beat, but he ably manages to and restores that 2-point lead. Terrier, Hivernat having to work hard to create space here. Verdun is not quite free as well. This needs to go in. Timeout called. This high court press from Japan working really well. Mathieu Terrier was running out of time to inbound the ball. France 3, Japan 5. What a start. It'll be Terrier to inbound again, but there was no space for Verdun, no space for Hivernat. Didn't want to risk the inbound to Adrien Chalmin. But Yokinobu Ike still making it a nightmare for Hivernat, who does get away. Now Chalmin picks a line for him. And Hivernat does well round the outside of Ike. Tries to push him towards the sideline. There's the impact. Once, then twice. Yuji Kusaba is out of his chair. Japan looking to turn the screw on Jonathan Hivernat, but he slides it right back. Yeah, Hivernat was at full charge there, wasn't he? Look at him lead into that. Caught Yuji Kusaba. Good contact, but defensively, Japan, brilliant. But they forced another timeout from the French. Really putting pressure on the inbound. Not even halfway through the first quarter yet. France already forcing 2 timeouts on the European champions. They've been going about their business, Japan, sending development teams to tournaments. All of a sudden, they've got a deep squad. Bearing in mind they're doing this without Daisuke Ikazaki as well. No room there for Hivernat. Can't bully his way through. There's Kusaba trying to get his own back. Oh, one way then the other. Great chair control. Very well done, Hivernat. Gets his first try. Long ball for Hashimoto to chase. Doesn't have to chase too hard. Terrier. Hivernat. Jonathan Hivernat. At the top of the key. Again, he's trying to bully his way through. 3 Japanese defenders there, though. You're not going to get through the likes of Yuki Hasegawa. 15 seconds left on the play clock. Hivernat gets 2 wheels through. 6 wheels on these chairs, as well as the 2 big discs. There are 4 guide wheels. Any 2 of those wheels over the line, it is a try. As Yokinobu Ike is about to find out. All 6 over to restore the 2-point lead. Contact on the arm of Jonathan Hivernat. If you're going to challenge for the ball, it has to be clean. It has to be the defender's hand clean onto the ball. If there's any contact to the hand or the arm of the attacking player, then you are sent to the sin bin. Your team will be down to 3 players. A change of line here for the French. The first look at Cedric Nonquin, wearing number 3. Sébastien Verdun. Rodolphe Jarlin is on as well, as is Jordan Ducré. And Verdun gets the score. They're trying to block Hashimoto in, but he wriggles his way free. Ideally, they wanted him to take the inbound. Japan through Nakamashi. Now Kabitani. Got the pass away just in time. 25 seconds of the play clock remaining. Shunya Nakamashi, first try of the match. And it sailed into a rhythm, as is often the case when 2 top teams play, which is why those turnovers are such a big deal. Rodolphe Jarlin, the 2.5 work to do, does it really well, twists Nakamashi up, and then draws the ire of the defense to release Sébastien Verdun. Well, he's just had a shot. There's been a bit of a scrap at the other end of the court. And Japan find themselves temporarily a player down because big Cedric Nonquin and Jordan Ducré have been picking on Katsuya Hashimoto. He's trying to find space where there was none. Finds himself staring up at the rafters. Nakamashi into Verdun. Now it's France's turn to apply some pressure. It's a good pass though. And Hashimoto can pick up the baton and beat Cedric Nonquin to the try line. 5 tries for Hashimoto, 9 tries for Japan. Ducré finds Verdun. Verdun into Jarlin. Jarlin takes on the carrying. Feeds that into Cedric Nonquin. Well, Nonquin's just so heavy. He gets clattered by Hashimoto, but he'll barely have felt that. Verdun. The door opened. And he strides straight through it. 5 tries for Verdun, joint high scorer in the game with Hashimoto in this first quarter. Now, it's all about starting to watch the clocks. We're inside the last 3 minutes. And France, well, if they can force the turnover, great. But if not, they'll want to go in 1 point behind, not 2 points behind. And it's 2-on-2 at the moment. There's a hand on it. Now it's a race for the ball. Who's going to get there first? It is a turnover. Rodolphe Jarlin, massive play. France with the chance to equalise, and Sebastian Verdun capitalises. All square. 1 turnover each. And Japan will take the lead. But that 2-point lead eradicated. And that is a big moment. Great pressure in the middle of the park from Rodolphe Jarlin. He's got those long limbs where he can really disrupt the ball carrier. Important for France to keep their concentration now, though, because very often 1 turnover will follow another. So that'll calm things down for Rodolphe Jarlin. Capitani. Cross comes Jarlin. Capitani, a 2.0 in the picking chair, but still fast enough to pick up a try. Jarlin, 1 minute 40 to go. Now Jarlin is going to want to go there himself. Cedric Nankin has absolutely walloped Capitani. Capitani has left the court, and therefore France are level. That's a loose pass. And France have turned it over again. A couple of big moments then. Cedric Nankin has gone straight into Capitani. If you leave the field of play, then you lose the ball. Turn the ball over, you could see the penalty try. But Nankin is just so heavy. If you find yourself in the wrong position, you are dead, you are done. So now France, with the chance to take the lead, are going to start to watch the clock. They want to have the last attack of the half. And there's an infringement there. France with too many players in the key, so Hashimoto sent to the sin bin, which resets the shot clock, which is ideal for France. A fresh 40 seconds takes us into the last minute. They've scored that one nice and quick to give themselves the opportunity for one last attack. 52.2 seconds to go. There's a technical, which has done Katsuya Hashimoto out of a bit of trouble there because he was surrounded. However, if there's a technical, if he needs an equipment check, then everyone has to get out of the way, which opens the door for Japan's 3.5. Well, in fact, it doesn't at all, because they've all gone straight in. And he scored for the timeout, so he will inbound. This is smart play from the French. "50 seconds of the quarter remaining." Oh, brilliant by France. Nakamachi had 1 second to go before it would have been a 10-second violation. So they call the timeout. And after conceding that early turnover, France have really grown into this first quarter. Fantastic contest. So important for Japan now, though, to manage the clock. They've still got the opportunity to go in level. They're making changes. In comes Hitoshi Agawa for the first time. Yokinobu Ike is there too, as is Katsuya Hashimoto. 25 seconds remaining on the play clock. Hashimoto turbos into the French half. He gets wrapped up by Jourdain Ducret. Then Nankin adds his particular brand of brutality. Ike, 8-7, 6 seconds to go. They're going to have to call another timeout here, or are they? The ball over the top is good. The try is scored with 1 second to go. The two high pointers linking up. But now Japan with just under 13 seconds to try and do something. Good collision, Hashimoto. Where's going to be the outlet here for France? They've got 5 seconds. Brilliant. Brilliant pass, brilliant finish. And Verdun is going to ensure that France lead at the end of the first quarter. And that looked pretty unlikely after that early turnover. Really bright start from Japan. But France steadied the ship and then created some opportunities of their own. After one quarter, France lead Japan by 13 points to 12. So it was Japan who had the fast start. And it was Hashimoto who got the early scores. He is the top scorer for them in the match. This was our first real glimpse of Hivernat, and he absolutely dispatched Kusaba. And again, just that unique chair movement from Jonathan Hivernat, keeping France in it. Look at that, 360 spins here, there and everywhere. But he's being well supported by Sébastien Verdun, who's doing the majority of the points. He somehow managed to squeeze 2 wheels over there. And look at that sneaky hand in there. That was the moment the momentum changed in the first quarter. Not just the disruption, but the gather from Jarlan. And that was converted by Verdun to take us to the end of the first quarter. France with a narrow lead, 13-12. The whistle goes and we reset for the second quarter. Very little between the two teams. Both have created opportunities, both have created turnovers. So it is Ogawa wearing 23, Ike wearing 21, Shirakawa 44, and Kusaba 11 out there for Japan. France, Hivernat currently handling the ball. He's out there with Bryce Morel. Corentin Le Guin is out there as well, and Le Guin's first contribution is to create a gap for Yvernat to score. Nicolas Valentin is out there too. Shirakawa. Shirakawa creates an opportunity for themselves. Shirakawa. Oh, he's just got two wheels over. Just about, despite Jonathan Yvernat reaching in. Bryce Morel. Up the left-hand side he goes. Wants to be careful around that halfway line because Yvernat came unstuck. And there is Yvernat, him against EK. What a rivalry. Two of the world's great three-pointers. 15 seconds on the play clock to go. Yvernat, oh, round the outside, glorious. Scores the try number 4 for him. Japan inbound, that is loose. Well, France thought that they might have pitched the turnover there, but it's adjudged to have gone out off a French hand, therefore back in business. Ike. Well, he's driven that into Shirakawa. Shirakawa draws the contact because he knows that Ogawa is ready and waiting to open his account. Bring Japan back within one. Corentin Le Guin wants a pass, has got a pass, and that pass is Valentin. Now Yvernat. Yvernat, oh. Calls the timeout just as Ike was lining him up, but he's a tough man to line up because of the way that he moves that chair. He doesn't go in the direct straight lines that everyone else does. Not only does he weave with the hands, he squiggles the hips. Sometimes he goes away you're not expecting him to. One of the most evasive pushers in all of the sport. And here he goes, left, right, left, right, left, right. Too quick, too good. Try number 5 for him, and France 2 points ahead. Yeah, lovely pass and bone-rattling collision. There's a sneaky little contact in there though, and Bryce Morel is going to find himself in the sin bin. France down to 3. Igawa over there making friends with the French bench for that inbound. Shirakawa. Japan go and get into position and make it so Bryce Morel can't escape. In the meantime, Shirakawa does the most important thing, gets the point on the board. Well, they got a couple of low pointers out there without Bryce Morel, but now he's freed himself. Oh, there's a hand on that! But France are going to get away with it. It was blocked by Ike, but nobody was there to stop the ball going out of bounds. So a warning shot fired there by Japan. But no turnover. Corentin Le Guin. Where's the inbound option? It's there across the face. Nicely done. And gathered by Yvernat. Again, Japan opting for the high press. Hivernat in the slipstream. Lovely hands to Corentin Le Guen. Le Guen gets rid of it quickly, getting it back into the hands of the captain. 10 seconds on the play clock to go. And Nicolas Valentin is ready and waiting. 2-point lead again. Timeout called. This time it's France with the high press. And over the top and put away by Hashimoto. He's up to 8. Again, France on the move. They're on the move quickly. Morel feeds Hivernat. And France, at the moment at least, maintaining that turnover lead, that break point, if you like. Hashimoto. And he gets going. He's tough to stop, particularly when the defenders are turned. Nicolas Valentin. Hivernat. Just turns so quickly. That's, well, it's a 50-50 in terms of where it's gone, but never a 50-50 because Morel, always the favourite to get there. He's keen to get it back in the hands, though, of Hivernat. Coming up to the halfway point of the second quarter as Hivernat. Oh, has he squeezed through? Yes. Just about, Jonathan Hivernat, the co-captain. Forward quickly, Hashimoto, but Morel's back. How long can they keep him out for? Not very, is the answer. Katsuya Hashimoto gets his 10th try. Gets Japan back within 1. Proper attritional contest, this. First of 2 games for France today. We've got a replay of the European final at 7 p.m. local time tonight. France moving this really well, and Corentin Le Guen will get his first try of the match. Hashimoto puts a speculator forward, but it's never a speculator when Ike's around, is it? Morel calls the timeout under duress. Hashimoto, high court press, but a lot of timeouts called in this first half. Japan changed the line again. Yuki Hasegawa coming in wearing number 2. Hashimoto staying out there, being joined by Shunya Nakamachi, the 2.0, and Tomoshige Kabetani. Hivernat. Oh, Hivernat gets away. It was a good pick by Le Guen. 10 seconds of the play clock to go. Inside the last 3 minutes of this half. And Hivernat over. Even out the top scorer now for France, overtaken Verdun, but they've shared the tries. Oh, Valentin overshoots the mark. And then Hashimoto. Oof, great power from Hashimoto. Valentin had got himself in the wrong position and Hashimoto whacks him over the try line. Bryce Morel, 2.5 minutes of the half to go. Yves Nat, those in front of him clear the way for him to accelerate over the line. (22-20). Hashimoto checks back as he starts to watch the clock. Well, obviously Japan will look for the turnover at some point. However, if they can't get it, they will want to make sure that they are 1 point behind. Going into half-time, going into the 10-minute breather. There's no room there, but there's a little bit of room there for Namakachi. .145 remaining. Yves Nat, one way then the other, but it's the same result. Oh, it's intercepted. Loose ball. Valentin turns it over. 3-point lead. Momentary lapse of concentration for Japan is costly. Hashimoto. Well, he wastes no time at all. 90 seconds to go. Japan back within 2, but that'll be a bit of frustration in that finish as much as anything from Katsuya Hashimoto. Now Yves Nat inside his own half. Hashimoto, the defender, as is Kabitani. Yves Nat. Bryce Morel. Into the last minute of the half we go. Yves Nat. Kabitani forced off the court by Bryce Morel. So that resets the shot clock for France. Just the ticket. Yves Nat takes France up to 25. So important that Japan finish this half strong. Finish with the last attack as Nicolas Valentin, high sides. And he's hit the ground pretty hard there. We don't see that very often. He's gone over and his chair has bumped and then skidded as the rubber is caught. And initially he looked really uncomfortable. He seems to have recovered, but as he comes across, watch now there, and the chair jams and spits him up like a high side on a motorcycle. And this isn't your regulation pickup. He's having his shoulder tested. But lo and behold, made of tough stuff, and he is back in the game. Oh, loose pass, and it's well recovered by Hashimoto. If he'd have dropped that over the halfway line, it would have been disastrous. Oh, this could still be disastrous. Nankeen, immense physicality. Bullies Kabitani off the ball, and Hivernat can come away with it. Oh, they've come up with turnovers. I mean, there's no bad time to come up with a turnover, but they have come up with them at brilliant times. And Sebastian Verdun is going to eat as many seconds as he can out of this. And France are going to have a healthy lead at the end of the half. Couple of turnovers in each half. Every opportunity converted by France. And as we head into the 10-minute interval, it is France 26, Japan 22. And in the end, that second quarter going even better than the first, 13 points to 10. And the European champions, after a slow start where they conceded an early turnover, have recovered to take complete charge. Half-time here in Cardiff. We are yet to see from that man Riyad Salem, but the rest of his team have done a fabulous job. It's France 26, Japan 22. So a first half that started incredibly well for Japan. Certainly didn't end that way, but Fuya Shirakawa wrestled his way over, a little bit stronger than Jonathan Ivernat in that particular exchange. But again, Shirakawa was on it once more. But Ivernat, he's been the star of the show, and he's really taken control, hasn't he? He's the top scorer. He's up into double figures. And they're just struggling with his pace and precision at the moment. Well, Japan's high press, it worked early in the first period, but unfortunately for Ike, he couldn't make it stick. But then Ivernat, that time, threads the needle. And that was the loose pass, the turnover, the free gift, coming towards the end of the half as well. Just a momentary lapse of concentration. And that was the big bump from Valentin, wasn't it? It was pretty passive from Nakamichi. He just held his ground, but then towards the end of the half, Nankeen got in, bullied the ball back, and that was converted by Hivernat, which takes us to the half-time score, where it's France 26, Japan 22. Second half incoming. Japan back out on court. They need a big second half here. A few momentary lapses in concentration have cost them a 4-point differential. It's France, the European champions, 26. Japan, the Paralympic bronze medalists, 22, albeit without Daisuke Ikezaki, their talismanic three-pointer. He's not out there at the moment. Yukinobu Ike is, as is Fuya Shirakawa and Yuki Hasegawa, and it'll be Sia Norimatsu to get us underway in the second half. Japan in the red, attacking the try line, away to our left. France, Sebastian Verdun is out there for them. He's joined by Rodolphe Jarlan, as it'll be Shirakawa who gets the first point. So yes, Rodolphe Jarlan, Sebastian Verdun, Jordan Ducré, as Verdun is away, and Mathieu Thirier, the team on court. 10th try of the game for Verdun. France 27, Japan 23, one each in the second half so far. Yukinobu Ike over and untouched. That's Rodolphe Jarlan, who's on his back. Not for long though. He's back in business. It'll be Jordan Ducré. So Jordan. Oh, that is off the back and turned over. Norimatsu finds Ike. Not sure how much he knew about it, but got himself in the passing channel. Did Sia Norimatsu. Now Jarlan off the back of that turnover. Not fatal yet. Oh, goodness me, a swinging hand at that from Ike. And Verdun ready. Shirakawa on the end of that long pass. Jarlan. Up over halfway goes Jarlan. He finds Verdun. Just goes turboing up the right flank. No one's going to stop him. Sneaks around the outside. Everyone has their backs turned. He knows exactly what he's doing. Now Ike. The pick is good from Norimatsu to open the door for Ike. He goes up over half, just in time. Not just up over the half, but all the way. Yukinobu Ike. More high court press here. And a good pass in the end, but they've not got long. It's got to go forward quickly. Race for the ball. Oh, brilliantly done. That's so good by Verdun. Just gets there ahead of Norimatsu. And straight back comes Ike. But that high pressure point from France, absolutely huge. I think if he doesn't get there, and Norimatsu does, then Japan have got the chance to equalise, and that 4-point differential is wiped out. It's already been halved, but it is back up to 3, thanks to Sebastian Verdun. This time it's France with a high press, intercepted. Jarlan picks it off ahead of Norimatsu. That's two that he's lost out on, Norimatsu, in the last couple of minutes. Now Ike dishes it in defence, and Jarlan at the top of the key. Verdun on the ball. Not a lot of space there. Contact on the hand. Shirakawa. So the try is awarded to France. Shirakawa under duress from from Verdun, and Verdun forces Japan to call another timeout. Well, that was Jarlan. Key turnover. And immediately eradicating that Japan. Good work at the start of the half. Here's Hashimoto. Hashimoto to the top of the key, over the try line. Now Rodolphe Jarlan, the thief in the night, the turnover merchant. He's got work to do here though, and does it very well because Verdun's waiting with open arms. He gets the right side of Kusaba. He's not going to be able to push himself back up. They always think they can, however, it's worth putting your hands out because otherwise you might be getting an expensive dentistry bill. Nakamashi. But if he gets in behind, there's no one at home, and he has got in behind. And he gets the chance to open the taps. Verdun. Coming up to the halfway point of the third quarter. Duclé takes over before passing it back to Verdun. 16 tries. Japan just do not have an answer for Sébastien Verdun. Hashimoto. Yeah, does well. Draws the defenders, and Seiya Norimatsu. First try of the game. There's Verdun. Switching to slicks. Verdun. And then Sébastien Verdun goes over for another one. Ball over the top. Nakamachi. 35-32. France just getting up over halfway in time through Jarlan. Once again, it's Verdun who takes it on. Japan cluttering the middle, and it's Verdun who gets the punch-up.
Brilliant job again by all the support groups who travel along with these teams. Making sure all the equipment is maintained.
Another quick tyre change, and it'll be France to inbound. 3 minutes of the third quarter remaining. Once again, it's Japan who got the early turnover. France got another one back.
Just over 3 minutes to go now in the third quarter.
Over goes Verdun. And then away goes Nakamachi. Nakamachi stopped on halfway, in goes Verdun. That pressure on halfway yields another turnover. It's Verdun that scores, but once again, Jarlan on halfway, turning the screw on Nakamachi. Well, Nakamachi has got to make amends here, but he's got on the right side of the French defence. Verdun's there, but that opens the door for Hashimoto, who brings Japan back within 4. But it's another suboptimal half where France have got the opportunity to increase the lead. It was 4 at half-time. It's 4 here. But it looks like it's about to become 5. Mathieu Terrier. Contact with Kusaba. And then Verdun finds Jarlan. Jarlan gets his second try, 5-point lead. Well, it's the European teams who have turned up. Great Britain pummeling USA. France doing a decent job over Japan here with Norimatsu. About to get one back for the Japanese. Verdun.
Hours over the halfway.
Oh, again, flying out of the court goes Hashimoto. Hashimoto. Hashimoto up the left-hand side. And he gets shunted over. And then straight forward it goes for Terrier into the last minute of the half. And now we get into clock watching. Nakamachi. Slightly more seconds on the half than on the play clock, so even if they wind this right down, which interestingly they're not going to do Fifth try for Nakamachi. So bags of time here for France to take a 5-point lead into the final quarter, but it's a loose pass, and that is so frustrating for Japan because it's come off Yuji Kasaba, who couldn't gather the ball. Therefore, it's going to be a French inbound. Well, the sun's shining. You can see some of the players there from the Ospreys Wheelchair Rugby Club. Phenomenal mullet that is. That is one of the best rugby mullets in any code. Wheelchair Union or League. Absolutely outstanding barbering. But they've travelled east today to Cardiff to enjoy this, and we'll enjoy having them as well. So France now with 20 seconds to go because that came off a Japanese body. That's frustrating for Japan. Could have forced the turnover, just couldn't quite pounce on the bouncing ball. 10 seconds of the quarter remaining. Ivernat into the key. Well, under no pressure. So he's back on court, back in business. France 5 ahead. And the whistle goes at the end of a really high-scoring third quarter. 29 points in total. 15 to France, 14 to Japan. It is France 15, Japan 36. 3 quarters down, 1 quarter to go. Well, it would take some turnaround for Japan to go back from here. But anything is possible. Just need to get a turnover early and really capitalise on it. This is Japan's only, I tell a lie, so Japan back in action against Great Britain later on. That's at 7 o'clock local time. You can join us for that one. And then Japan play USA tomorrow. So let's take a look at some of the best bits of that quarter. Really competitive. Most points that we put together. So that was the first of the turnovers. It was off the back of Norimatsu. And then Ike pulled away. He's got immense power and pace, hasn't he? And just an awareness of where he is and where everybody else is too. This was absolutely sensational. This could have been a turning point, not just in the quarter, but in the match. And Verdun was quick. That was brilliant too, wasn't it? Intercepted by Jarlan. Again, he was in his own half. He had to capitalise on that. Nakamachi is up to 5 tries in the game. And then Hashimoto went forward for Norimatsu. That was the first of 2 tries in the quarter for him. And then another turnover. Any loose pass, when you've got someone as quick as Verdun, he's quick enough to get in front. And then Verdun dishes it forward. He's got Jarlan there. He gets the try that his performance deserves. You can see, sorry, that was Thierry, wasn't it? But Jarlan, all smiles. And I'm not surprised. The European champions have arrived, and they've been given tough, stern tests at the start of the first and the third quarters, but they've managed to win all 3. They won the first quarter 13-12, the second 13-10, the fourth 15-14. And if they're steady here, then they will be victorious in the opening game, joining Great Britain on 1 victory from 1 game here at the 2024 Quad Nations. So the teams are out. Fourth and final quarter of the second of 10 games in the Quad Nations 2024. France 41, Japan 36. Jordan Ducret to get us underway in the fourth and final quarter. Riyad Salem. This is our first look at the experienced 3.5. So a new line here. Then we've got Riyad Salem with Jonathan Ivernat. We've got Adrien Chalmine. For Japan, we've got Shirakawa on the ball, a 3.0. He's out there with Ike. Then he goes over in reverse, Shirakawa. And they are accompanied by Yuji Kasaba and Hitoshi Ogawa. Salim. 2 tries, 2 touches for Riyad Salem. So yeah, they're out there with Chalmine and Ducret. So it's a 3.5, a 3, a 1.5 and a 0.5. For Japan, they haven't got a 3.5 on the roster. They've got a few 3.0s. Shirakawa and Ike are 2 of them. And then the 2 1-pointers are Kusaba and Ogawa. So Ike scores the try. And Shirakawa, oh no, it just goes from bad to worse for Japan. Shirakawa done such a good job on Verdun, but then the ball dribbles out. Ogawa can't gather. And so it's an ideal scenario for France. They just get the ball further up the court. Ivernat offers, but it's Riyad Salem who can feed Adrien Chalmine. Chalmine gets his first try. Free scoring first minute. We've moved from 41-36 to 44-38. Ball into space, gathered by Kusaba. Riyad Salem. Salem to Ivernat. Ivernat to Chalmine. Chalmine under a bit of duress, so Salem comes in to rescue things. And then he finds Ivernat, who takes responsibility. Into the last 10 seconds of the play clock, Ivernat around Shirakawa. 13 tries for Ivernat. 45-39, 6-point game. Plenty of space again for Kusaba. .45-40. Ball over the top, one for Salem to chase, gets there! Takes a deep breath in and squeezes inside the cone. And then looks like it means absolutely nothing to him He's so super skilled, isn't he? But absolutely superb chair control. This is what you can rely on from your 3.5s. How on earth has he leant in there, transferred his body weight right on that right wheel, hammered it in. Well, struggling to escape the half here. Ike looking for options. Throws a Hail Mary ball, but it's out on the far side. And then the two high pointers link up again, Verdun and Hivernat. Oh, slung forward, intercepted, gathered by Verdun. And this high court press, now there are no timeouts left for Japan to call. Just worth pursuing because they can turn it over. They can cruise in for meat pies. And Hivernat can continue, 7-point game. This is outstanding. France 48, Japan 40. Big smiles for Cedric Nankeen, the co-captain. And it is, no wonder it's all smiles for France. I mean, they have dispatched the Paralympic bronze medalist. Still 5 minutes to go. Very difficult to see a turnaround. That's a nice pass. Nakamachi realised there was no space there, so finds Ike instead. Oh, now an interception. Oh, it's happened again for Japan. Oh, the loose pass off a Japanese hand, then out of bounds. They just can't catch a break. Big cluster of bodies then in the middle of the park. This is Tristan Barfetti at 2.5. First time we've seen him in the game. Passes well to Hivernat. Of course, you go 8 points up against Japan. You can put who you want on the court. Great opportunity. Some valuable court time for these players. Kei Kurahashi is on for Japan. 0.5. We're in number 3. That one over the top to Shirikawa. (49-42). Over the top it goes. They're looking for Hivernat. And there is the half century. Jonathan Hivernat takes the French up to 50 into the last 4 minutes of the match. Nakamachi over the top to Shirikawa. Oh. Shirikawa misses it. And that sums up this Japanese performance. They're usually flawless. I expect them to improve as the competition evolves, because at the moment we have got two clear teams who are ahead of the other two, and that's the two Europeans, the host Great Britain and the European champions France. It's 50 points to 42. So Barfetti, that little link up with Hivernat is working very nicely, isn't it? 21 on 21, bit of bumper to bumper action. Ike. Nice quick inbound there for Japan. Perhaps they're going to try and play with tempo with this high court press, remember. No timeouts remain, and the pass has to be made. And it's a good one, right into the breadbasket of Nakamachi. And Nakamachi, the old draw and give for Shirikawa to get try number 5. Nicola Valentin is back in the game. Available for all of your inbounding needs. There are those Ospreys. Valentin, the two-pointer, carrying the ball forward, not just carrying the ball forward, but helping himself to a delicious meat pie. 52-43. Shirikawa, Kai Korahashi. Oh, he nearly had Valentin up out of his chair. More high press from France. Well, that was the last time out called, so it's been a reluctance to do it from Ike. Last few minutes then for Japan to run some lines and finish on a positive. Nakamachi races away from Hivernat. Speaking of Hivernat, here he is on the ball. High hands. France just winning all those 50-50s, aren't they? Valentin steals in. Nicola Valentin makes it a 9-point game again. Fastball, Katsuya Hashimoto. 16 tries for Hashimoto. He's been the top scorer. He's been supported by Shirikawa on 5, Nakamachi on 6. Also Ike on 6. But Hivernat and Verdun have gone to town on the scorebook today. Hivernat 17 to my calculations. Round the outside. And Nakamachi has left the court. So having left the court, Nakamachi into the sin bin, so France can take their time with the player advantage. Chalmin is on. Barfetti He's waiting for that inbound. Now everyone breaks free and waits for what will be. Barfetti spins out of trouble. Ivernat available, Ivernat open, Ivernat over. 18 tries for him. I've got Verdun down with 19. That's a loose pass. This is going to be a 10-point gain. Ivernat is on it and out of there. Now Ivernat couldn't call a timeout. There were no timeouts left to call. So there he is. Yeah, it was in front of the axle, so no foul play. And from the loose pass, Japan enact the turnover immediately. So again, if you're new to the sport, you can't go out of your chair in the ball with the ball because it's a turnover. If there were timeouts left, when he realised he was going over, he'd have called for the timeout, which would have meant France would have had the inbound, but would have lost a timeout. But they've used all of them. Ho, 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 ho! Straight back comes France. Straight back comes Ivernat. Wallop! 3 back-to-back turnovers. First, Ivernat intercepts the pass. Then Ivernat ends up out of his chair. And then he dishes it in the middle of the park and wins it back for Le Bleu. What a passage of play. Barfetti. Now Ivernat. Involved again. Involved with everything. Oh, he's angry, isn't he? He's had a great game. France lead by 9. There's a minute to go. But he is angry. So angry that he's going to score another try. That takes him up to 19, level with Verdun, top scorers in the game. 10-point game, what a victory. Outstanding performance from France. There's the turn by Hashimoto. Hashimoto around the outside. Lovely chair control. Katsuya Hashimoto, top scorer for Japan. Barfetti forwards to Ivernat. He's just going to take his time here. I think he's calmed down from before. Valentin. Final, 6-7 seconds of the game. Ivernat's looking for an option. Is he going to have time to do it himself? No. But it will not affect the result in the slightest. That is a resounding victory for the European champions. They have won every quarter. And they've won it comfortably. They've won that last one, 14 points to 10, and they've beaten Japan by 55 points to 46. A real statement victory from France after Great Britain had a real statement victory against the United States of America. The two European teams laying down markers here at the Wheelchair Rugby Quad Nations Cardiff 2024. Well, the teams will shake hands. There's every possibility that they could meet later in the competition as well. Only 4 teams, so the winner of the group will play the 4th place team in the semi-final. Second will play 3rd. Again, it's all about putting the best teams against the best teams. And so far, the best teams have been Great Britain and France. But the beauty of the tournament is you never have to wait too long to go again, and Japan will go again later against Great Britain, 7 p.m. local time. But for now, the story is Adrian Chalmin, his son, his teammates are absolutely buzzing after a big performance. So the story of the game, plenty of quality from Japan. Shirikawa scored 5 tries, went over in reverse for that one, but there were too many mistakes. Ultimately, they won that 50-50. That was well taken by Kusaba. But how often did we see France steal in? So Salem had a brief cameo in the 4th quarter, and that was absolutely sensational from him, wasn't it? But there were too many of these speculators that just allowed France to steal in, whether it was Hivernat and Verdun, Verdun and Hivernat. And even when they turned the ball over, they found ways to get it back. Japan were unlucky. I mean, Nakamachi there got a hand on it but couldn't gather it. But a loose pass asking too much of Shirikawa. By then, the game was gone. So Shirikawa over again. But yes, so many long balls. But this man, Jonathan Hivernat, he got tipped out of his chair. That was a turnover for Japan. Little something for them to hold on to. But the very next play just impacts there. And it was Bartefi with the turnover. And France were done and dusted by then. In fact, just behind me, they are absolutely delighted with that performance. When you come into a tournament like this, you need to lay a marker down early doors because that sets you up for the rest of the competition. They're back tomorrow. Japan are back a little bit later today. They've not got long to dust themselves down, and they're going up against Great Britain, who are hot off that 12-point victory over the United States of America earlier. This is the Quad Nations 2024. We're live in Cardiff today, tomorrow, and the next day. All the schedules are available on the official website, and if you can't get down here, tickets still available, by the way, then you can join us for all of the games live and uninterrupted. One game left today, 7 p.m. local time. We hope you will join us. Victories for France, victories for Great Britain, and the chance for redemption for Japan later on. We'll see you then.